things to me. Now the devil inside. This one's made of me. This one is trouble. Like I know. The headache of the next time. The truth. My conscience hurting. My eyes are seeing. So close to conviction. I see. So one day of me. Smile is trouble. Like I know. Oh, conscience hurting.
So Reddit, what's the most bullshit sounding excuse you got that actually turned out to be true? Not here. Got a call of a domestic dispute that sounded very heated and a lot of banging was heard. Get to see it, I can hear someone yelling and swearing involved.
What's the face? Oh, this. It's a scar. I don't support stupidity. Let's just keep it at that. I don't support stupidity. Problems for yourself. I don't support unnecessary cosmetic procedures. I don't support.
She said that I need the glasses. You see, because she said this she did how she has this one catch that I can't catch. She station that I think her to the when that's me, I don't need that. That's something I just
Yo, what's up?
Oh, how you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. Nah, I'm straight.
Feeling? What's your workout process?
Oh, fuck. Like, I'm still non-existent. Yeah, I've been fucking, I've been slacking, but I've been working, like, oh, excuse me. What the fuck?
Hey man, they just to the 600 club.
What?
They just welcomed me to the 600 club.
Of who? Of what? Like squats?
Yeah.
Good. Oh. Dude, you got a video?
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Who the fuck? Bro, if you gotta show that, you show your kids that shit. Like, damn. Oh, 600? Oh my god. Bro, I'm see if I see you in person, bro. I I bet you're wild, bro. Holy shit. No, how much?
I was back in Charlotte. I see you. I was like, on the 320.
Yeah.
287 right now.
Oh shit, so you look good. Holy
287 spot 6.
oh my god, bro, good shit. Bro, that's fire.
You say your weightlifting is just
Yeah.
you get back up.
No, I would. I am. It's not like a week or anything. Like it's good. Like it's like I just haven't gone up. God, fuck, dude, I'll work out after this. That's crazy. I'm falling way behind. Holy shit.
Yeah, bro. Come on, bro.
See, I ain't catching up to you, bro. That's fucking crazy.
You say you said he's gonna keep up with me.
Yeah. That's fucking nuts, bro.
She said,
Yeah, I did. I did say that. I'll get there. Don't worry. I'll get there. I'll get there. It's not over. It's not over till it's not over till I drop dead.
yeah, I'm getting like 7 and like $800 off you there. 800 to 1,000.
Oh shit, bro. Dude, that's next level. 600. How old are you again? You're 18. 18. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm still young.
yeah, bro. Bro, you doing that at 18?
He's a whole bunch of people doing that at 18.
Yeah, I know, but still, you're one of them. Like, with it. Yeah, still. Congratulations. He get bro. You know he got a job. Guess where he got a job? You won't be able to guess where he got a job at. You know where he works?
Yeah, man.
It's it has to do with psychology. They call psychology. What does it start with? I don't fucking know. I just know where he works. And, like, guess where he works. Who is that? Yeah, he takes care like or I don't know. I don't really know what he does, but he works with like some fucking crazy ass people.
Does he get paid like a craft soda?
I don't think so. Not yet. I think he's just doing that. So he's going to med school and shit. Yeah, so he's got a job to pay for that before he goes and like becomes a doctor type shit.
Dad.
My dad, he's like, he's good. He's shit. Uh, yeah, he's good. Have you called him recently? You should call him. I told him, I was like, why you guess the he's like, why you guess the guy? He said, I said, why you ghosting Malachi? And he said, I'm busy. He said,
Yeah, bro. You're like, don't say anything. So I'm just talking.
yeah. I was like, take the phone, take the phone. You don't answer somebody. Or you, I mean, you answer like just got. Yeah, yeah. What is that? What is it? What is that?
He's beyond. I know you 6'7".
No, but how's college? Obviously, wait, things going well. What, bored? Man, I didn't like it. Why? What do you think? What do you perfect? What needs what needs improvement? Like why does it suck? Like what needs to be improved?
So 2000 minutes. Like a what is it called? It's not like a regular school. Like another smart bro.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember you telling me that. Do you have a car yet? Right, yeah, look at Facebook. Or you can steal a car. You can steal a car. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like Kia Boys? You ever heard of the Kia Boys? You got like the Kia Boys, bro. They're funny as fun.
Kia girl, bro.
Kia girl? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. I'm not. You're not a Kia girl. We're going. What the fuck? Are you? No, let me look it up. What's a God? Could not believe her. Who don't believe in anything. Alright. Alright. I'll see you, bro. Good talk. Hey, I bet say video as I hit 300. Oh shit. Probably, I don't know. Maybe like a week or so. Oh yeah. All right, I'll see you. Six, seven. I think I accidentally joined a gang because I made a video the other day where I did this sign because I thought it meant okay, but I uploaded it. I got a DM that said, "Yo, be careful with those hand signs you're doing in your video." So I responded back asking what he meant, and this is where I started to get scared because he told me that sign, which I probably should have done again now that I think about it. Anyways, he said it's a sign for a dangerous gang, but he didn't stop there because then I asked if I was in danger for doing the sign, and he was like, "Nah, probably not. The gang is only in Los Angeles, so as long as you're not there, you should be good." That's great, but brother, I live in Los Angeles. If anyone in any gang sees this, I mean no harm. I didn't like that. I think I accidentally. I'm a dancing machine. Can I pick this up? Oh, you wanna hold it? Hey, what's up? Thanks for putting the headphones on. Nice to meet you. I'm Johnny. Since you put them on, I need to see you go crazy right now. This is my song, so I need to see you in the snippets if possible. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. I like the song. It's the things you man. But it just be like I can't seem to forget. Those are the things I just be like. There, guys. You know, you can see it in the versatility. Hey, is this heaven? No, there is no heaven. I'm just what's left of your subconscious. Don't worry, you will fade into the eternal abyss shortly. No, I spent my whole life trying to be a good person. Nothing. This is outrageous. I could have gotten away with so much. And before you say anything else, I do want to let you know. Here, you have done that so many times when I was alive. Why would you want that? It feels good to be bad. I don't have to explain myself to you. You're not even free. She better feel good. Right then. No, I would take it all back right now if I could. Nothing feels better. There's that one. What? Sorry, this is Heaven's Gate. I was messing with you before. This is just a little bit of angel humor. Oh, yeah. So can I go in? Oh yeah, sure. Oh really? No, you really don't get jokes, do you? Hey. So, oh my God. 8th century. We're making a difference. 70 healthy. These 7 times for this. What I said was one standing behind them.
It's not. It's the one person who's got it.
It's watching me. It's my anxiety. It's
Show everyone.
watching me. It's my anxiety. Somebody's watching me. It's my anxiety. Somebody's watching me. It's my anxiety.
Oh, yeah. That's fine. That'll be 12 minutes. You know, keep it. Keep it. Excuse me, Chapman. I don't know what I mean. Oh, yeah. Well, it's no surprise Peter has come face to face with death on multiple occasions. However, Death tells Petey that this is only a near-death experience, that his real death date will be 2 years after Lois divorces him. Peter is baffled to even hear that Lois would think about divorce, so Death shows him their humble beginnings as a couple, starting out with celebrity belly impressions in a park. They quickly turned into a makeout sesh on a freeway. Well, despite their love literally causing a car crash, at least they're happy. I love you, Lois Peter Schmidt.
I love you. We can't correct it.
There's no way she's gonna leave me. I feel like the first I love you speech paired with flames and death is kind of a bad omen for the future of the relationship. But anyway, Death tells Peter that he can't get Peter out of limbo until he has a revelation, meaning he's got to keep reliving their history until he finds a reason to change. An epiphany, if you will. Kind of giving me Simpsons movie vibes here. Peter's next memory is the first time he met Lois's father, and after Peter starts a conversation about how Carter's flesh balloons generate top-tier juice, Carter does the only sensible thing he can do. There's overprotective parenting, and then there's tossing an unfit suitor in the ocean to drown. But hey, as bad as things may seem, when Peter's picked up by a Navy aircraft carrier, he ends up meeting a future friend for the very first time. Mr. Glenn Quagmire, welcome aboard. No 2 words go better together than Quagmire and seaman. I'll see myself that. With Peter not picking up on the fact that he needs a change, Death decides he doesn't want to help someone else get a girl when he even can get one, which gives Peter the brilliant idea to be his wingman.
Get you a little fixed up, you know, get you a haircut, give you a good clean. And some cologne, and chicks will be all over you.
Yikes. I mean, he's got a rough task ahead of him there, but still, looking back at Peter's memories, Death sees just how much love can affect you. Peter's connection to Lois overpowering Quagmire's offer of cheap hookups. Meanwhile, Lois is starting to pick up on the issues of the scavenger hunt after it sent her to the sewers. Go first, let's down. Let's go ahead. Weather the end. This anniversary has gone down the drain. Peter, though, after coming ashore, he hitchhikes and coincidentally runs into another future friend in Cleveland. He gets him to give him a ride to Rhode Island and return to Lois, but has to go through South Carolina to get there, which,
Holy crap! You see what I see? I'm afraid I do. You're being chased by ghosts!
I wish they were ghosts, Peter. Luckily, things are better for the current day Peter, as he managed to get Death a date with the girl he likes, and then we come back to Peter's past one more time. When he finally gets back to Peter Schmidt's mansion, he falls through a window and accidentally runs into Carter, who offers him a crisp $1 million to stay away from his daughter.
No deal. Lois may be worth $1 million to you, but to me, she's worthless.
He's no wordsmith, but he's a good husband when he gives Lois the time of day. President Peter realizes this too, asking Death to send him back home so he can give Lois the proper gift for their anniversary. After finding out about Peter's golfing, Lois manages to make a deep-range dash to give her peace of mind, but stops just in time to see Peter smiling and listening to their favorite song being played live. To hug and clubs in the air once more, except for Death.
You can't hug your children with nuclear arms.
Check, please. Hey, not every date's gonna lead to a romance like Peter and Lois's. Real quick, there's one super important moment in Peter and Lois's marriage that we cannot forget to look over in the episode Quagmires. Peter ends up changing his going back into Lois' face. Timeline, it ends up being Quagmire who marries Lois. Turns out the exact moment that Lois fell in love with Peter was the country club dance that Peter ditched that night with a kiss sealing the deal for good. In the end, Peter gets a chance to fix his mistakes, heading to the dance and knocking Quagmire out. He can stand this girl.
Lois Peter Schmidt.
Yes, I will.
There it is, the kiss that started it all. Oh, and Peter may have accidentally started arriving with a certain feathered fella at this dance as well. Whoa, big guy. You're probably never even going to see him again. Whoever that kid is, he's never been more wrong about anything in his entire life than right there. So what exactly did Peter and Lois' wedding look? Well, according to the episode Peter and Lois' wedding, it looked a lot like a Friends episode.
Their original 9 friends, but 3 of them died on it. Don't let Monica get jokes.
Yeah, that joke just did not age well for a million different reasons. The Friends fans are furious right now. The Wi-Fi going down the Griffin household, instead of retelling Star Wars trilogy, Peter gets the idea to retell the story of he and Lois got married. Apparently, after college, Peter moved into Quagmire in Cleveland while Lois moved in with 2 Bonnies. All right. Good news though, Quagmire got a promotion to Blockbuster.
This calls for a to dance.
Man, I can go for a good fountain dance with my friends right about now. If only I had any. Moving on, Lois explains that during this time, Peter and herself had agreed to take a break from dating, but remain close friends. Meaning her dad set up some backup bachelors for her, with the favorite being Tom Tucker. Meanwhile, the guys start to realize something.
Peter, you're still in love with Lois.
You see, here you go. Sound of being lifted by I mean, I've never heard my drum beginning goes like that, but this is Quagmire, so I feel like I have to trust him when it comes to these things. Peter realized the guys are right, deciding to save up enough money to buy a ring and propose to Lois. One issue, she's already engaged to Tom Tucker. I'd be surprised, but when the man can do this, can you believe her? Those hips don't lie, man. Despite Tom's flexibility and local name, but the man can do this. Hips don't lie, man. Despite Tom's flexibility, Lois isn't swayed and ends up falling for Peter all over again after he makes her mixtape. She doesn't. Hips don't lie, man. Despite Birdie Farm and an MTV beach house, this can't possibly be a ruse. Surprisingly, even Joe was at this party, but the boys just never ran into him.
Pretty much the coolest guy. There are these other idiots there have more passion.
Seeing Joe with functioning legs always scares me. The party craves off the hottest girl of the 90s, Daisy Fuentes, to try and smooth talk Peter. And sure enough,
The best thing I knew, I was kissing Daisy Fuentes. It was on national television.
in the mud and everything. Gotta imagine. Lois catches their kiss on TV and chucks Peter's mixtape into the ocean. Down to never seen Peter ever again. With Peter out, Tom Tucker's back in. The wedding is coming in. Peter overhears the wedding while partying with the guys and heads off as quickly as possible.
So I decided to get the way everyone got around in the 90s. Held by an explosion.
Peter crashes the wedding and blasts himself and Lois in the corner so they can talk privately. He admits he's always loved her, and even Daisy Fuentes shows up and admits Carter paid her to kiss Peter. Lois falls for Peter one more time and starts to hightail it out of the church. But this is the 90s, so he needs some unnecessary action.
Shut up! Give someone in a church. Yes, it feels good.
To cap things off, Peter decides to bug out a baseball stadium to host Lois and his wedding, but he kind of got a screwy deal as it took place right in the middle of a game. He catches a game-winning hit that cost the Red Sox their championship, and the crowd boos him out of the stadium. Even Lois ain't a fan.
I was having serious regrets about my decision, but was already pregnant with Meg, so there was no.
It's a grim indicator of how their marriage will turn out. So if you know anything about Peter Griffin, you know he's got a mortal enemy that he's destined to be intertwined and they struggle with until the end of time. No, I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about a giant bastard of a bird. So how did Peter's feud with Ernie the giant chicken begin? Well, feud for the ages all started over $1.20 in savings. Makes sense. Say ages, I do mean it. This fight stretches across the land, air, and sea, time, and finally through an office building. You tumble out of a window to the concrete below. From then until the end of time, this chicken would forever be the bane of Peter's existence. But alright, here's a pop quiz. What was Peter's first job of the series? Did you say toy factory inspector? Well, I wouldn't blame you if you don't remember, as Peter ends up losing his gig there for good in the episode of Mr. Saturday Night.
Hey, you're just one of those low-level assembly line guys who stand there all day screwing heads on dolls.
Why you bitch?
Mr. Griffin.
You'd think kids would be into hearing about toy factories. After a rough time in Chris's career day, Peter tells Lois he's unsatisfied with his position of work, so she gives him the idea to invite Mr. Reed, yes, that's his real name, over for dinner, and surprisingly, he accepts. That night, Lois pushes Peter to try and get a raise, though she may need to be even more assertive.
Peter, don't you have something to say to Mr. Reed?
Mr. Weed, I don't care what the guys at work say. I never thought you were an effeminate weirdo.
Okay, as awful as that was, the rest of the dinner actually went surprisingly well, with Lois cooking a great meal and the general family atmosphere making Mr. Beat feel for Peter. He offers a major raise to Beat, and the rest of the table is shocked, especially Brian, who starts choking on his food. He's dead. Talk about a roller coaster of a night. Highest of highs to the lowest of lows. Mr. Beat's funeral, Peter insisted his race was sealed by verbal contract. Maybe not the best time to be arguing that, but I digress. Mr. Beat's video will was read aloud by his lawyer, but we quickly learned that his wishes for his factory to be torn down and turned into a health center. The demolition will begin in. No. Money chance of getting a raise just buried by that rubble. Peter starts looking for a new job, but struggles quite a bit. He fails being an hair dryer, a deaf guy, and worst of all,
Hey, for a good time, sweet cheek.
Peter, get in the car.
Okay, but it'll cost you. What do you want, a Cleveland statement?
I feel like they need to cut off my eyes, cut off my ears, and for good measure, cut off my tongue. I will now be jobless. Thankfully, Lois comes in the clutch, saying that she's saving enough money from teaching piano lessons to cover life expenses for him and give Peter a chance to work towards his dream job of becoming a Renaissance fair jouster. What? Getting stabbed in the chest and trampled by horses every night doesn't sound fun to you? Actually, though, Peter has some reason to his dream here, as the Black Knight of the Fair once saved him from what could have been a fate. Fall. Peter shows up to his first day of training, this quickly faced by his drill sergeant too.
The Black himself. And this is his trophy winch.
People say chivalry is dead now, but it's been dead since medieval times, man. Next day at practice during lunchtime, the maiden of the Black Knight starts coming on to Peter. Dad, Peter might be a bit too dense to realize the meaning behind Old English.
Wouldst thou take a gander underneath my frock?
There you go. He's freaking perfect.
After that display, the Black Knight banishes Peter from the fair, meaning his dream is now dead again. Peter heads to Washington jousting the next day for some closure, but the Black Knight yells at him from the field and calls him a fizzle because the courage he needs to stand up to his hero-turned bully. He hops on his steed and jousts towards his certain demise. Fortunately,
To the owner of the yellow Hyundai, your car is being towed.
What? What?
he should have just ridden his horse at the fair if he wanted to prevent that. Though even after an offer to joust around the country, Peter opts to give up jousting as he's finally accomplished his dream. That also leaves Peter with a job. So where does he go from there? Well, Peter finally scores a staple gig about a season later in the episode of Jungle Love, and it's fair to say it's an absolute dream job. Welcome to free Ponta Gadea. Just ask that you don't drink during your shift.
That won't be a problem, sir.
2 seconds later.
Damn it to your pants!
Yeah.
You're saying, if it's really his dream job, he should at least wait till his orientation is over. The episode starts with Wallace kicking Peter out of the house and forcing him to finally go get a job. It's one obvious his own persistent gigs he needs to be suited for. And they're exactly what you expect. Cowboy, astronaut, a lot more powerful astronaut. See, cowboy for the rest of it. I mean, actually, Homer Simpson's been an astronaut. Let's put that down as a baby for Peter. Anyway, there's a job putting in the public brewery. Sure enough, Peter snags it.
I'm fine. One of those guys who can't wait to get to work in the morning. Like a dairy cow.
But Peter heads into his first shift and quickly takes advantage of the free beer he gets. He's basically drunk 24/7, has a job now, and you already know that's going to cost his family a life to crumble.
Oh my God!
Hey, man, you see my pants? Lois, by the way, we're out of toilet paper.
I'm Sky for life just watching the scene. Thankfully, Peter's boss steps in and says that his drinking has gotten out of hand, even demoting him to the shipping department in order to pay these things. Peter's new bosses are Angela and this guy, Opie.
He is a burden of the state. He is your superior.
Peter's less confident than a guy who only speaks gibberish. Offensive, but checks out. Sure enough, that job is a Peter Griffin staple for the rest of the series. But speaking of Peter Griffin staples, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk of another Peter Griffin staple, his favorite song. Maybe the only person in the entirety of Rhode Island who still likes that song. The episode starts with all the science, the celebrities, the polio, jukeboxes. Peter in particular has a fracking awakening when he hears this favorite song by the Trashmen. You already know what it is. It's Surfing Bird. Just think, without this scene, we wouldn't have had this Fortnite emote 17 years later. What world would we be living in then? The diner actually ended up almost tossing the record with the song as it's technically from the 60s, and Peter nabbed it right before they do. It takes so easy to say, quickly gets on nerves, and everyone in the Griffins told it.
Oh, have you not heard? It was my understanding that everyone had heard.
What? I didn't. Brian, you're better than that. You'll walk right into that one. So Peter keeps singing and singing and singing and singing and singing and singing, and eventually Brian and Stewie cannot take it anymore. They sneak into Peter's bedroom while he's sleeping, steal the Surfer Bird record, and do what must have been done. The only way I'd be a cat here is if that was a 100 X record. But luckily, those guys are popular enough to have one. Suck it! After realizing his most prized possession is missing, Peter heads to a used record store to see if they have any extra copies of Surfer Bird. Finds a guy behind the counter who looks way too similar to Jesus to be a coincidence. And yeah, he definitely is. The second Peter threatens to based on some Christian music, he cracks. And boy, with the Son of God back and rolling the earth, you'd think Peter would treat this moment with seriousness it deserves. But he returned! You returned to bring us the good word! What word? Can't say I'm surprised. Peter invites Jesus over for dinner, and he's a massive hit with the whole family, except for Brian, who's a dad skeptical at first, and maybe is to know that. He performed miracles.
Sure. How about this?
You lucky, Jesus.
Oh, I look you too, Philip.
Well, I guess that's why he rose on Sunday. After some more miracles, Jesus decides it's best he ought to head home, gets ready for his next shift at the record store, but Peter says that he ought to come out of hiding and solve the world's problems. Jesus decides to go along with Peter's plan, outs himself the second he steps on the water. So Jesus quickly becomes a celebrity, getting a spot on the Tonight Show with Jay Leno and striking poses on the covers of all the biggest magazines. Hey, remember those? Jesus becomes so big that he plans a meeting at the MTV Movie Awards, but to say they changed it would be statement.
Hey, it's a pleasure to be here with you 6 interchangeable women. Last night I only hung around with one.
Messiah would make jokes like that, wouldn't he? But that's not bad enough. Even to just Peter in favor of a pregnant cow for a night on the town. And Peter tries going his friend the next day, but realizes he's brushing him off to the authority.
I just want to have it if somebody hadn't stolen my
It all comes back to the bird. It is the word, after all, from what I've heard. The next day, Peter finds out that Jesus has been arrested, and against his better judgment, he heads over to Bitten Mounds. Jesus admits that he may seem to disappear again and try coming back in her 4,000 years, but leaves Peter with a special something before he goes. Take a wild guess as to what that is.
What, you haven't heard?
No, we've covered the past, we've covered the present, and now it's time to look at the future. And in the episode Stewie's Excellent Adventure, we get just that.
How's the arthritis?
Not bad. Or since you walked in, I'm feeling a little stiff. Oh, that just pooped a little.
I just tell Peter's life is better than Quagmire's. The episode kicks off after Stewie runs into a guy who looks suspiciously like himself but older. Turns out it's an older Stewie who's on vacation in the past. Apparently, that's just a thing you can do in the future. Right before Stewie has some big Stewie glasses on and hitchhikes his way to the future, where little Bella is amazed he hasn't taken over the world yet. Two Stewie said he gets another tennis company.
Oh, still my big boy.
She's still alive. No world domination, and he hasn't taken out Lois yet. Is this the future or hell? It's keep on coming too, with Meg coming home as Ron after getting a sex change. Chris having a wife named Vanessa. Peter's into her as well.
Joe, you look nice. Oh, I broke my hip.
You need some help, Dad? Nah, I'm good.
30 years later, and he's still not afraid to cheat on Lois right in front of her. Over dinner, Vanessa asks Stu, aka older Stu, if she thinks that they should put Peter and Lois in a retirement home, but he ends up dodging the question. Kind of a tough one to answer right on the fly. After dinner, though, Stu brings Stewie home to his crappy apartment and takes him to work the next day, where Stewie meets a friend, Stu's coworker. Stu and friends seem to get along well, but Stewie takes assumption to set dating. Stewie, I've never slept with anyone. I mean, yeah, being 30 something and still a virgin is, I mean, if that's your choice, that's your choice. But someone tells me that's not his choice. So yeah, a little sad. Not like I know anything about that life either, though. Meanwhile, Ron and Chris confront Peter and Lois about the home. And Peter, it doesn't really sound that bad.
She says they have people there who like your bottom. And he's sweet. And that doesn't sound ridiculous at all, man.
Hey, look, any attempt to avoid manual labor, no matter how small, is always a win for us lazy folks. I get you, Peter. Back to Stu's place, Stewie has ran over and puts old Stu on the spot to have her right then and there. She's super on board with the idea and heads off to get ready. But Stu doesn't even seem to know the first thing about doing it.
I'm watching it right now. It's essential. You two have
I would hope that Stewie doesn't know how that works, considering he definitely has not been taught it at his age. But Stu, I mean, surely you know something. I get this. Stu actually does it for a whole 8 seconds. Impressive, right? To make matters worse, he gets fired the next day because he doesn't allow workplace relationships. And to make those matters even worse, his apartment burns down. On the bright side, at the retirement home, Peter and Lois have already got friends that are waiting for them.
Hey, Joe, how a big sense of your operation. Oh, great, Peter. I sure did respond either. Well, it's amazing they were able to give you the legs. Well, shorts.
Again, Joe with the leg scares me. Back to Stu and Stewie. Stu admits that despite the recent events going on, he's sort of ruined his own life by not taking any risks after a near-death experience in his youth. Wanting to change history, Stu decides to go back in time to prevent this from happening, and sure enough, he does just that. Meaning that this version of Peter's future might not be entirely canon at this point, but hey, even if it is, I'd say he found it pretty freaking sweet. And that just about wraps up the entire Peter Griffin timeline. So if you want any more Family Guy goodness, be sure to check out the video on the screen right now.
Everyone, today we're diving into more Quagmire party antics. Today, this moment is just for you. Hope you enjoy. Get some blankets and stuff. Saving a few for the so free. Remember Quagmire, legendary question. CPR. We take you back to that hilarious moment. Quagmire and his friends were out bowling. Thorpe was one strike away from victory, and despite his bladder being out of control, he managed to win the game with a light throw.
God, the pressure's too much. I just lost control of my bladder. Oh, why didn't I clothespin the end of my penis like Muriel told me to?
He then warned everyone to stay away from acid, but Peter told him to calm down and not act like God. Thorpe pointed to the real God, who was standing there drinking beer and chatting up girls.
All right, now watch this. Oh, hey, guess I'll go over here for a minute. Oh, holy crap, that's still porn itself. Oh, wow. Oh, that's amazing. I've never seen anyone do that. You want to go out later?
As everyone was getting ready to leave, they noticed Quagmire was missing. Turns out he was on a dark mission. Lois, meanwhile, was trying to find the best way to use the restroom when she heard the enthusiastic giggity giggity sounds nearby. It distracted her and made her more cautious. Seeing Lois taking forever to sit down, Quagmire couldn't control himself and got caught by Lois in his terrible act.
Would you just sit down and go to the bathroom already?
Lois called the police and Quagmire was arrested for harassment. I have wait. Luckily for Peter, Joe with his 18 hero medals bailed him out of jail. Hey Joe, if you love medals so much, why don't you marry them? Peter joked just like he did when he married a cake.
Help you apply for this piece.
You get it.
Have you. Okay, sign here. You know what? You can probably go ahead and cancel it.
Peter then demanded Lois apologize to Quagmire for getting him arrested. Apologize? That's ridiculous. Quagmire should be the one apologizing to Lois for peeping at her. But Peter had a different perspective. Quagmire found Lois attractive, so he couldn't help himself.
Well, clearly he thinks you're attractive, Lois. It's a positive thing. Thank you, Glenn, for complimenting our family.
What a great husband, right? This made the wives even more furious, feeling they couldn't live near someone who disrespected women like that. As Peter was defending Quagmire, a chicken flew out of nowhere and attacked him, protesting what he had just said.
Hey, first of all, Bonnie, you've been pregnant for like 6 years, all right? You'd have had the baby in two. Second of all, Quagmire's a good guy. He's just a little mixed up.
They had an intense fight, and luckily, Peter emerged victorious. He went back home and successfully convinced Lois to give Quagmire another chance to make things right.
Second of all, Quagmire's a good guy, you know? He's just a little mixed up, that's all. Give him another chance, yeah?
All right. One more incident like the one at the bowling alley. Quagmire is neighborhood.
To help Quagmire become a better fan, the guys used a ceiling fan in the Victoria's Secret catalog.
Look at Get. Baby old nuts. Please, there we go.
Good.
After passing the test, Quagmire was allowed back in public. When Lois doubted this, Peter assured her that Brian had a great idea to help Quagmire control himself.
Yes, school. Boy, I'd really like to chew on my crotch right now. Okay, Quagmire, time to take off your training wheels.
Quagmire looked around but felt uneasy, losing control again and running into the mall's changing room, where he found a girl having a heart attack. He rushed to perform a CPR-like technique to save her. was amazing.
You saved her life. Thank God you know CPR.
Yeah, CPI. Oh, Quagmire might have had other intentions initially, but he ended up saving the girl, right? His good deed was recognized, and the mayor even awarded him the prestigious Golden Key.
Congratulations, Quagmire. You're the newest member of my family.
Helping Peter become the ultimate husband in season 12, episode 9. While Peter was chatting with a deaf girl at work, Angela walked in and asked to speak with him privately. Peter told his boss that having a deaf colleague was awesome because it allowed him to practice sound effects with his voice without feeling embarrassed about imperfect sounds.
Hovering over a woman swimming in a pool. The new animals is a mouse. Mouse. Oh, everyone's ready.
Angela, not understanding his antics, informed him that he was promoted to forklift operator. Peter was thrilled by the news, especially.
Greetings, listener. Welcome to a journey through some of the most extraordinary battles in human history. Tonight, we'll explore the courage, strategy, and sheer. If you want to have a laugh, ask any beginning historian what part of history is their favorite, and 9 out of 10 times they answer with World War II. Now, as a YouTuber, my goal is to maximize views so I can make money and pay my sweatshop artist. What most want us to, so it would make sense then to make a video on the entirety of the Second World War to make some fat stacks. Problem is, World War II's topic is heavily overdone. Check any history channel on the platform, and they talked about World War II one way or another. So, while we wait for the third installment of this trilogy, we are unfortunately stuck with the second. But here's the catch. Everyone always talks about Churchill, Hitler, Stalin, the triple troubles. Why does no one talk about the actual fighters of the Second World War? I'm talking about the men kicking their feet in the mud. The soldiers that still stand after losing more than half their legs. Talking about the men that fought, that even man. Look, he's a bear. Sure, Hitler. It's not chance, but it's other real badasses of the Second World War. So I have picked 6 of the most interesting ones that I want to introduce to you today. And how we're going to learn about them? Well, in person, of course. Take a look at this. Oh, wow, or any reaction at all, no matter. You look like you've seen one of those before. That's can't be, right? Well, not to wonder about ancient things. Let me introduce you to some World War II men. Alright, so this is taking way too long. Oh, okay, that's funny. Guess we get to choose which character we want to start with. Gotta start from left to right, of course. And so now I presume we get to choose where we want to start and in which year. Oh, spoilers, the Axis forces lose. Leo's story started in Normandy, so let's go over there first. If you are British, you might want to look away. Welcome to France, or specifically Normandy. It's a couple days after D-Day, the largest water-to-land invasion in history. 156,000 Allied soldiers just stormed the beaches of the French coast and took out the Nazi fortifications. And officially, the liberation of Western Europe has started. You know what sucks? Moving an entire army into a huge ambush. The Allies already lost way too many lives due to miscommunications and bad weather during the landings of D-Day. And they weren't really too keen to lose many others. So how can we prevent walking into an ambush? Well, it's simple really. By sending scouts to move up ahead to get information on enemy positions, terrain, and other potential dangers. If you think about it, scouting is like a big game of hide and seek. You, the seeker, armed with a pen and paper, sneak through the many villages and forests to find the best routes for the armies to move through. And on the way, you write down the locations of any German fortifications or snipers you find sitting about. If you write them all down and return safely to your unit, you win. And if you get spotted, you Anyway, one of those scouts was Leo Major. The man who would not only single-handedly capture 100 German soldiers, but even liberated an entire city all by himself. But we will get to that when the time is right. First, let's meet our protagonist, shall we? Look, there he is, scouting ahead for his Canadian unit. Wait, do you hear that? Oh shucks, get down. Listen, whatever you do, don't get spotted or go change events that are destined to occur. We can't possibly comprehend how they can impact the future. So, unless you want to be forced to learn German in high school, which trust me, you don't, avoid getting spotted. The vehicle that's coming this way is called a half-track, also known as an armored personnel carrier. It's carrying valuable communication equipment. Equipment that, if the Allies would have their hands on it, could help them easily disrupt and learn of the locations of German soldiers. Too bad it's defended by a dry-brake commandant in the front seat. You would be insane to engage with that. See, this is what made Leo the badass he is known as today. The usual Boy Scout would have hid and retreated back to base to inform his unit of the enemy movement. You know, the thing a scout is supposed to do. You're supposed to be a unit. Suck my unit. There is a reason why most scouts wouldn't engage, because in an alternative universe, this could happen. But hey, if it works for him, who are we to blame? Not every scouting day is as exciting as this one, though. The next day, nothing appeared while he was on his mission, and he spent it basically peacefully mapping the surrounding areas, and sometimes even asking the locals for any hidden routes or intel that they might have for them. The following day, nothing happened again, and the same for the day after, and the day after, and that one. So much for making a name for myself, I presume he thought to himself. Ja, lecker Deutsch reden mit meinen Freunden. Ich bin so schlecht in Deutsch reden. Schade, ja, das ist schade. Schade. Speak of the devil. What's the matter? Even deine Bones. Surely you were wondering how he got a side badge. Ever wondered what white phosphorus gas does to someone's eye? First week in France and already lost an eye. Stereotypical. This, however, did not stop Leo from continuing serving in the army. And even though his officials urged him to go home, the only comment Leo gave to this whole situation was, "I look like a pirate." Is he okay? As the war progressed, fighting turned from region to region to city to city. The Germans, getting desperate and feeling the constant pressure from the Allied forces, hunkered down at the big Belgian and Dutch cities to make it as difficult as possible for the enemy to clear them out. If you need to clear a small village, you only need to check so many houses before it's all liberated. And if you encounter a building with an infestation problem, you can just blow up the whole place. Easy peasy. In big cities, this isn't really the case. First of all, the houses are a lot more dense together, not to mention higher and bigger. It's going to take a lot more artillery and tank shots to destroy that as opposed to a simple village building. Secondly, because everything is denser together, it's more likely that you will also hit the family hiding next door when you try to take down a sniper spot. Killing innocent families every now and then is fine, but make sure you don't do it too often or you will lose the good guy trophy. Also, don't blow up literally every house and building in your way, because that is not very liberating-like. However, if you can't learn of the locations of the Germans hiding in the city, then unfortunately, sometimes blowing up everything is the only way you can move forward. Once again, this highlights why scouts are so important. But keep in mind, even your magic scout buddy can't tell you where the enemies are, but simply peeking around the corner could mean certain death. Because of this, sometimes soldiers would go blind to battle, as their scouts couldn't figure out where the enemies are. Then, something bad could happen. Hello, everybody! I think something bad happened to the recruits who sent to liberate that village. Private Leo, I want you and your friend Corporal Wilfred to check out what happened to those boys and bring them back. Understood? Yar! That means yes. Mon ami, I think I'm getting sick. I'm not sure if I can keep up. Not to worry. You stay here and wait for me to return for the boys. I'll see you soon. Okay, Captain. Not funny, Wilfred. This is the part where he catches 93 soldiers on his own. Should have brought an umbrella. By the way, that group of recruits that he's looking for are long gone. They were captured by the Axis forces around him. I'm pretty sure Leo is well aware of that himself. Get back, get back.
I need some serious hunters. Are we unsettling now?
Watch and learn, my friend. Watch and learn. Sometimes a war doesn't have to be one with bullets.
Tracer student shows up one day with even bigger bomb hunter.
Alles gut? Ja. Bist du sicher? Ja. Ach so, okay, ich habe mir schon Sorgen gemacht. Ich dachte schon, du wurdest von kanadischen Soldaten, die sich in der Schatten verstecken, festgehalten. Warten Sie eine Minute. Gosh, reading subtitles is such a pain. Here, take this, I made it myself. It automatically translates German to Finnish, and this part translates Finnish to English. Don't ask. With the two Wehrmacht soldiers captured, Leo ordered them to bring them to the officer, and they confusingly but politely did. Let me get this straight. You managed to capture two of my men all by yourself, and then decided to come once again all by yourself with the two men you just captured to my heavily defended hideout? Yes. Buddy, do you know how stupid that sounds? Yes. But you got one thing wrong there, pal. I am not alone. I have a huge army waiting just outside the village, and if I don't return within an hour, they will obliterate each and every house till there are none left for you to hide in. As a matter of fact, I came here to deliver a message. Surrender now and you will be spared, or face the consequences. Surrender? I have over 100 armed soldiers here. Why shouldn't we take the chance and fight back? Listen, buddy, think about your family at home. I'm sure you want to see them again. Well, here I am, giving you the choice on how you will go to them. Either alive or in a body bag. Does the body bag come in red? Let's go. No, I won't surrender. We must fight to the bitter end. Anyone else? Okay, I know I said bars sometimes get won without bullets, but on the other hand, he really did kill 3 soldiers in there. Not to mention, while being surrounded by 97 other armed soldiers, he really did act like he had the power to decide their fate. And they really did believe Leo. In reality, the army was nowhere close to the village, and if the commandant felt like it, he could have easily killed Leo. But they believed him. Leo escorted the whole platoon through the village, across the roads he passed, all the way to the Canadian front line. He was so fearless and confident in his gig that when he and his army of prisoners got spotted, and even actively shot at by a squad of soldiers, he just kept walking and ordered a nearby Canadian tank to shoot at the bestie bugs. In the end, he marched all the way back to camp with the surviving 93 soldiers. Did you find our boys? No, but I did kidnap the whole enemy platoon. Hello. Sweet Lord, son, you are something else. Private, I want to give you this Distinguished Conduct Medal for your exceptional work. You deserve it so much. Hello. Yeah, so he got offered a very prestigious medal, but Leo simply didn't show up at the ceremony. When asked about why he didn't accept the medal that many soldiers could only dream of, he answered that, and I quote, General Montgomery is incompetent and in no position to be giving out medals. We can only presume Private Major blamed the general for losing the group of recruits, and because of that, he didn't want to receive anything from him. He will change his mind on that later, though, when he gets offered the medal for the second time. Let me ask you something. What is even crazier than capturing an entire platoon? How about capturing an entire city? Yes, really. Quick geography test. Where is the Netherlands? Very good. I'm sure you didn't get that one wrong. Now, a bit more difficult. Where is the province of Overijssel? Wow, you are so smart. I can't believe you knew this one too. Now, don't tell me you also know where the city of Zwolle is within Overijssel. God, you simply are amazing and so intelligent. Good job. As the war progressed and Leo survived hitting a landmine, it was time for him to do his greatest feat yet, liberating Zwolle. Before we talk about the how, let's talk about the why. Why did a singular scout liberate a massive city? Well, it's simple really, because the alternative was this. The army wanted to liberate the city of Zwolle next, and because it's a big place with possibly a lot of resistance, the Canadians decided they first wanted to weaken the enemies from a safe distance before they start to send their ground troops in. And that means destroying a lot of buildings and families. War is a nasty thing, you know, and both the Allies and the Axis powers rather risked civilian lives than to lose a significant battle. If that is a good or a bad thing, it's up to fancy philosophers to decide, and you, of course. But a fact is a fact. Zwolle is about to be the next of many cities that is about to get shelled. I mean, liberated, of course. And because it's such a big city, it's going to get the full Supreme treatment. So, why did Leo liberate a massive city on his own? Because the alternative was horrible. And now you are dying to know the how. It started just like the previous adventure did. Private Leo Major and his friend Corporal Wilfred volunteered together to scout the city, and, if possible, to contact the Dutch resistance fighters to tell them to evacuate the city before justice will reign from above. Mission start. In the middle of the night, just outside the city, Leo and Wilfred visited a local farm, where they spoke with the farmer to ask him where they should start looking for German fortifications. The farmer told the duo that most likely the Germans will be around the railroads. So yes, that's where we are going. A couple minutes later, the scouts arrived at the gate of the city, where they noticed a small roadblock set up by the Germans. Not more than 4 of them. Just have to quietly get close. I don't think they heard anything. Friends. Leo managed to scare the Germans away, and by doing so, opened the path into the city. It did come at a great cost. No matter how talented or trained you are, in times of war, luck ultimately determines whether you live, die. And unfortunately for Corporal Wilfred, he just failed the coin check. Leo was overwhelmed with disbelief. Did his friend's story end just like that? But all this didn't stop Leo from continuing his mission. Sorry, Wilfred. I'll be back soon. And I'll be borrowing this. It was fair to say that Leo was pretty annoyed and frustrated at this whole situation. First his friend died, and now he has to try to warn the local resistance about the upcoming artillery strikes. Was there really no way to save the city from destruction? Well, if over-exaggerating and lying got me the whole platoon to surrender, I'm sure it will make a city surrender as well. This time, though, Leo was more in the mood for non-verbal communication. Under the shroud of darkness, Leo snuck into the city, and then I'm standing here, right? I know, but by making a lot of noise and destruction during the night, I am actively scaring you guys into thinking that there's a huge army attacking the city. Well, it's just me. I don't even have to shoot at you guys. As long as there's gunfire, there's fear. Damn, you're good. I don't have to shoot you, but I still can. Hmm. Every single city that was captured by the Germans had one building that was the base of operation. An important building that basically contained all critical and sensitive paperwork of the military operations in the area. Because it's the headquarters, it's often the first building that gets destroyed when the Allied forces approach the city. It doesn't get destroyed by the Allies though. It usually gets destroyed by the Germans themselves. They couldn't risk having their important stuff fall into the wrong hands. So a big dose of TNT was the better alternative. Leo, being the daredevil he is, decided that if he burned down the headquarters, he might trick the remaining Wehrmacht and SS soldiers in the city to think that they are abandoning the city. So, knock knock, in he went. The building was heavily guarded by SS soldiers, but that wasn't too big of an issue for the Canadian Rambo. He neutralized the threats, set the building in place. Some guys don't look at explosions, even though there's no explosion. Yes, I know what you are thinking. Why didn't he carry out at least the important papers before he burned it all down? No idea. Our best guess is that with the lack of secretaries, he probably didn't have the time to find and sort all the papers that were important. And secondly, he had to play the mind game that the Germans set their own HQ on fire. After that, continuing till 6 in the morning, Leo kept walking around town, shooting randomly, lobbing grenades, and killing and capturing any and all wandering enemies he could find. At the end of the long night, each German in the city either surrendered to Leo or fled deeper into the already crumbling German Reich. When the sun started to rise, Leo by chance ran into the head of the local resistance. They had a horrible night due to the constant noise violations. Leo delivered them the news of what happened last night and asked them if he could drive them back to his camp, which the resistance leader was more than happy to do so. On the way back, they picked up the body of Wilfred, and with a heavy heart, he returned to camp to bring the news about the insane accomplishment he achieved last night. Though it's hard to celebrate when you have lost a good friend. After the war, Leo Major returned to Canada, leaving behind a legacy that would inspire generations. Although he carried the physical and emotional scars of his experiences, he remained humble and fiercely proud of what he had accomplished. He continued his life as a pipe fitter, which wasn't as exciting, but it brought home the money. Somewhere inside of him, though, he missed the war. Call it a toxic love-hate relationship in life, but he wanted back. So, in 1950, he volunteered to take part in the Korean War, where he was just as insane, ordering mortar shelling on himself and his elite squad to fend off 14,000 Chinese soldiers from taking a hill that he has been defending for 3 days. And as he grew older, he was awarded Honorary Citizen of Zwolle for his heroic actions, and even got a street named after himself. He ended up having 4 children and died peacefully at the age of 87. Wow, that took so much more time than I expected. I'll try to keep it shorter with the other ones. Or do you like longer, slower paced stories? You don't talk much, do you? That's not creepy at all. Let's move on to the German side of the conflict. Let's talk about Michael Wittmann. Okay, so we now have Michael. His life is pretty interesting as well. It starts in 1939 in Poland. And that? Really? Oh, you sneaky booger. Alright then, let's talk about the sponsor of this video, BetterHelp. This year, I got married. Can you believe it? Neither can I. And let me tell you, it wasn't easy to get to that point. Love is the most beautiful thing that keeps me motivated to work hard and to improve myself. And I wish everyone that watches my content the same. But I know from my experience and my mutuals that the biggest block to reaching that happiness is self-doubt. Why do I feel anxious every time they don't text back? Am I too needy or are my needs valid? Should I settle for less than what I want? Instead of being stuck in an endless loop of questioning yourself, you can talk about your relationships concerns with someone who's trained to help you find your answers. That's where the sponsor, BetterHelp, can help you better win. Don't get me wrong, going in person to a therapist is definitely a valid choice. But if you prefer to stay at the comfort of your home, online therapy might be the better option. All you have to do is fill in a questionnaire and you are matched with a suitable therapist. Click the link in the description or go historically and get 10% off your first month of therapy. Alright, so as opposed to our previous protagonist, or the history, that's right, we are going to talk about a Nazi, and even another one. way worse later down the line. But first, and yes, we are indeed in Poland. And no, we are not here because Michael is Polish. You can probably guess why we are here. In 1939, Germany launched a full-scale invasion, kicking off World War II. Because an SS soldier was right here on the front lines, but not with the cool guys in the tanks. No, he was a scout. Here's the thing though, being a Blitzkrieg scout is way different than being a liberating Canadian. Blitzkrieg is all about speed. No time to slowly and methodically check every house. Get on your motorcycle, cross deep into enemy territory, write down where you think the enemy is hiding, and throw everything you have at it. If after the devastating march enemies remain, ignore them. Someone else will clean them up. You just keep driving deeper into enemy territory. It's a crazy dangerous job. Let's go meet him then. He should be around the city of Czestochowa. Is Polish even a real language? Also, where is this city anyway? The thing I do not know is that we are late because there's a Nazi here already. I don't see anyone else around, so let's just ask him which way they went. Excuse me if you don't mind me asking, which way is Czestochowa? Oh, of course I can help you. Goodbye, Oliver. Look, mate, don't worry, Shizu. Not actually. Then again, playing environments. Not a big deal. This is a history. Faithful to history. Don't want to change reality. By the way, if you run or try to get away from me, I will kill you. Oh yeah, the city is that way. Let's go. Ridiculous if that had something. Wait, why did Oliver want to be here? I know it's important to talk from start to end about someone, but there is really nothing to see here. He's just a scout, no notable achievements. Let's fast forward to the good stuff. The Germany took over Poland. They decided to give the same treatment. Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, which they probably didn't even know this driving through because it's so small, and France. In France, Michael was drafted again. With hold your horses, he's still just a scout. England came to help France in the war, but seeing how awesome Michael was on his motorcycle, they all took a ferry home from Dunkirk, and France fell the next day. So trying to be Lebensraum like Germany, but they sucked. Can you believe these guys were once the center of the massive Roman Empire? Now they are struggling to take Greece. Credits to the Greeks though, because they were outnumbered and didn't even have air superiority. Yet were able to push the Italians back out of the country. Territory. That's embarrassing, Italy. This is basically a recurring theme during World War II. Italy wanted to be cool like Germany and expand its empire, but they always ended up needing Big Bro's help to actually capture something. Well, aside from that one time where they were fighting against a country, still using literal gunpowder cannons against their things. But even then, Italy struggled and desperately resorted to using chemical weapons to win against the fierce Hitler. Are you ready for Hitler's first big mistake? Attacking their small neighbor. Spoilers, but this attack will alter the south. Or should I say west? Anyway, welcome to the University. Epic tank commander, shall we? Oh yeah, there he is. Mandaring a tank destroyer. A tank destroyer. A tank destroyer that was modified for infantry support. So in reality, he was just commandeering a char with a turret. Gotta start somewhere, right? Operation Barbarossa wasn't just a standard military campaign. It was an all-out blitzkrieg against the West. Wittmann, alongside his fellow soldiers, pushed deep into Soviet territory, but it wasn't smooth sailing. The harsh troops and the fierce resistance from the Red Army made this one of the harshest battles the Germans had faced. But here's where the story really starts picking up speed. Fast forward a little more, Michael finally gets his promotion. He's no longer playing with the little guns. He is in command of a Tiger 1 heavy tank. Now, this is the stuff that legends are made of. The Tiger wasn't just a tank, it was a beast. Thick armor, heavy firepower, a shaky ground when it approaches. It was like trading in a scooter for a full-on monster in terms of firepower. And with this mechanical death machine, Michael started his journey to become one of the most feared Brontes in the Second World War. Or should I say, Michael and his crew. Sure, it was Michael who went there to tank and told his crew what to do, but if Heidi in the driver's seat can't reach the gas pedal, or Bobby the gunner is a struggling alcoholic, then it doesn't matter how good your callouts are, that tank is not moving on. So let's meet the crew, shall we? And while we do so, let me teach you how a tank works. You know, in case you ever accidentally teleport in one and you have to move it to save your life. Tonight, drop into this video. Welcome to the world's deadliest claustrophobic nightmare. Let's start with the basics. You've got 5 seats, all tucked into this loud, greasy, and frankly terrible smelling metal. Up front, you've got the driver and the radio operator. In the middle of the tank is the main event, and houses the gunner, loader, and commander. Think of the tank as a tiny mobile office space, except the only paperwork is in the form of 88mm shells. The one to operate the big cannon is Bobby Wall, a good friend of Michael and an extremely skilled gunner. In high stressful and dangerous situations, every shot has to count, as one missed shot can mean the whole end of you and the whole crew. Luckily, Bobby's aim is more than deadly. Bobby operated the massive cannon with feed pedals to rotate Cola left and right, and with a small hand crank, they changed the gun's elevation. It doesn't matter how far away, hidden, or small his target is. Bobby always knew how high to aim to accurately hit each and every weak spot of the enemy tanks and other plastic vehicles. But none of this firepower matters if the cannon is not locked and loaded. That's where Eugene Schmidt, the loader, comes in. Eugene's working right next to Bobby, shoving those massive shells into the breach as fast as humanly possible. Each shell weighs about 20 kilograms, and in the heat of battle, Eugene got to keep up with the pace. If he's slow, Bobby is just sitting there twiddling his thumbs, and that's a recipe for disaster. Moving down and deeper into the hulking mass of metal, we find the driver, Sepp Staudegger. Sepp's job is to keep this beast moving. And let me tell you, driving a Tiger isn't as easy as hopping in a Jeep. This thing moves like a brick through mud, and it needs serious skill to keep it from getting stuck. Sepp controls the tank with levers. Pull one to turn left, pull the other one to turn right. Pull forward to go in a straight line. There was also a steering wheel, but for the precise movements, the levers were a better option. The trick was to stay agile enough so you don't get and to always keep your front, the most armored part, pointed towards the enemy. Right next to Sepp is Heidi Imers, the radio operator. But he's not just fiddling with dials and antennas. Heidi also got his hand on the tank's machine gun. He's the first line of defense when enemy infantry gets too close for comfort, pulling them down before they can even think about tossing a grenade at the tank. Meanwhile, he's keeping everyone in contact with command, making sure Whitman knows where to go next when HQ has any new orders. Last, but definitely not least, we've got Michael Whitman, the commander. Perched at the top of the cannon, like the king of this metal kingdom, Whitman's job is all about strategy. He's got the best view, though even the best view in a Tiger tank isn't good in the slightest. So sometimes popping your head off the edge is a better alternative. It definitely makes it easier to figure out where the enemy is and how to approach them. But the risk is that one lucky, well-aimed sniper shot can easily kill you. That's what can become a legend without taking a couple risks, eh? Whitman's job on the battlefield is calling out targets to Bobby, telling Sepp where to drive, and making sure Heidi keeps HQ updated. Whitman's the guy holding this whole operation together, while dishing out destruction and pure fear to the Soviet and Allied armies. And that's all you need to know, so congrats on mastering Tiger Driving. All you need now is a full crew. But seeing as you can't even get 4 people to join you for a coffee, good luck squeezing imaginary friends into those cramped compartments. Okay, sorry, that was a bit mean. No, don't cry. I said don't cry. Now smile. Good. Very good. The reason why I chose to highlight the names of the soldiers and all is because they weren't just the average Joes in a bunker on wheels. You had to meet a lot of criteria and have a lot of experience in previous tank mods to even start faking about getting into a beast like this one. Needless to say, a mix of outstanding soldiers and a monster of a tank made each tiger on the battlefield pure nightmare material for the Soviet soldiers. And the tank of Wittmann's crew in particular was terror in its finest. And gosh, were they good at the job. In the span of a singular year on the Eastern Front, Wittmann and his crew didn't just take down 1, 2, 10, 50 tanks. No, the Nazi crew took down a whopping 119 tanks, and on top of that, demolished a staggering 132 anti-tank guns. That's a big number. But each of those vehicles housed 4 soldiers. That's a lot of dads not going back to their families. To their, well, that's war for you. Wittmann was a menace to the Soviet soldiers, and so quickly became known as the Black Baron. He wasn't only recognized by the enemies, though. Oh, his name became a household sensation. Even the mustache man himself knew about Michael and called him over to his wolf's lair to award him the highest military medal. And finally, Wittmann got promoted to tank commander, and was given 11 other Tiger crews to command. But then, surprise, Nazi scum! If Michael understood English, he would be so mad right now. With the sudden arrival of literally everyone, Michael and other tank commanders were rushed to the Western Front to help the rapid advance of the Allies. And here, Wittmann and his crew, now without Bobby because he got promoted to running his own tank crew, built off their greatest feat yet, the notorious Battle of Villers Bocage. Here is what's happening. While Leo and Tal landed on D-Day, the Axis forces were rushing in to stop the Allies from advancing. Rapid lines of defense were set up outside of the liberated zones, and important cities were heavily reinforced, including the strategic city of Caen. This city in particular was a target for the Allies, but alas, the heavy resistance from the Germans made it hard to reach. But then, a gap opened up in the makeshift line of defense due to poor communications between the Germans and the notorious armored division, Desert Reds, consisting of highly experienced soldiers, went straight for the opportunity. In the middle of this gap in the defense lies the small village of Villers Bocage. And when I say small, I mean 3 main roads and a couple side roads. The British rush in to take the city, and this small part of the group goes ahead to scout the upcoming roads and to plan what's next. The rest of the infantry jumped out of the half-tracks and felt to stretch the legs a little bit. But what the poor British don't know here is that just outside of the main roads, there is a group of Tigers waiting for HQ to give them new orders. And it just happens for the British that those tanks were led by Michael Wittmann. The commander couldn't believe his eyes that the British were already so far within German territory. He saw half-tracks, 6-pounders, Stuart tanks, robots, and even fireflies all on their way sneaking through the French countryside. Wittmann had to act quickly. 4 out of the 6 remaining Tigers in his platoon were under maintenance or damaged due to piece of metal. So, in no shape to move, and with this many enemies coming up ahead, Wittmann made the insane decision to go on the offensive with the only other functional Tiger tank. And what followed was an embarrassing event still remembered by the British Army. At 9 flat in the morning, while the Brits were deciding where to move to next, Wittmann and his crew rushed towards the British, and with a loud crash, emerged straight into the middle of the British column. The Allies couldn't believe their eyes. Panic followed as the soldiers started to realize what just spawned in between the unprepared parade. And everyone started to run and drive desperately away from the metal beast as its barrel started to turn. The first victim, an unfortunately marked robot tank, falls prey to the Tiger as with one deafening shot, the tank gets blown up. The only nearby tank that is able to fight on equal grounds with Tiger immediately starts to turn around to try to stop the sudden threat. But because it's pointing the wrong way and it's being a relatively heavy tank, it doesn't have the time to face the Tiger. And with a second merciless shot, Firefly goes up in flames. The other tanks in front of the destroyed brethren rapidly try to get away from the rampaging Tiger. Then, the second Tiger appears in front of them, trapping them in between. Wittmann, in the meantime, elaborating on this element of surprise, turns away from the wreckage and rushes full speed towards Villers Bocage. On the way, he finds multiple personnel carriers, and the personnel stunned with one striding towards them at threatening speeds. Run! The troops dash away from the line of sight of the Tiger. Wittmann systematically mows down each half-track and carry. 2 6-pounders soon go up in flames as well. Then 3 Stuart light tanks heroically try to halt the advance of their tiny runs, get close to racing through the Tiger's arm. In a desperate but heroic move, one light tank quickly positioned itself in the middle of the road in an attempt to block the Tiger from advancing. But 14 tons of metal doesn't stand a chance against an 88mm round, and it too goes up in flames. The commander of the tank survives the shot, and the fierce ringing climbs out of the tank to jump towards the driver's ledge in an attempt to save his fleeing driver. The Tiger takes no prisoners. Lieutenant Rex Ingram gets killed. The other 2 tanks reload their shells and again try to stop the Tiger's advance. Those rounds do simply ricochet off, and each get a one-shot return. Wittmann then orders Sam the driver to grab the Stuart tank off the road and advances into town to continue the siege. The Allies, noticing the commotion and hearing the 3 tanks at the end of the street go up in flames, they jump into the tanks and approach to see what's going on. There, they unfortunately come face to face with the black-bearing Tiger. The 3 Blackwells realize fighting a heavy tank like a tiger is futile and started falling backwards. Nearby personnel jump into their scout cars to try to get away as fast as possible. First Cromwell, knowing they are the first to be hit, shoots rapid shells at the front of the Tiger. Due to them being in just a medium tank, both shells bounce aggressively off the thick armor. The German crew return, take down the Cromwell with yet another one shot. The 2 scout cars simultaneously dash up to the street and start to speed away from the Tiger. Unfortunately, the left one gets away. The right one gets caught up. Tiger scrambled. 2 remaining Cromwells desperately try to break line of sight of the Tiger, and each backs off into a side road. The Cromwells are painfully slow in reverse, with a max speed of only 5 kilometers an hour, which gives Wittmann plenty of time to catch up and line up their shot. But without Bobby at the cannon, the Tiger misses their first shot at the Cromwell. But come on, they aren't even moving. I'm trying, okay? The Cromwell backs away further, and in a last desperate attempt, shoots out 2 smoke grenades to blind the Tiger. But they both miss due to the Tiger being so close. And at almost point-blank range, the second Cromwell meets its demise. The third Cromwell by now manages to sneak through the side roads into a house's backyard, and by sheer luck, or maybe because of the blinding adrenaline rushes of the Tiger crew, the Tiger passes the Cromwell without spotting it. This being the lucky chance for a top-tier ambush. Up ahead on the main road is a slight bend, obscuring visibility of what's behind the corner. Yet another Cromwell tank and a metal half-track rushing around the corner, and the half-track joins half-track heaven. The British tank, frightened by the sudden appearance of the Tiger, drives full speed backwards away from Michael, but the driver doesn't notice the stack of logs near the sidewalk. It's crashed into them, immobilizing the Cromwell. Shortly after, the Tiger takes aim, puts the Cromwell out of misery. Yet again, 2 more tanks appear on the street, and both crews, knowing they are unable to damage the Tiger, are frightened for their lives. They both start backing away. The Sherman, that by the way carries a wooden dummy turret and only has a driver, courageously tries to block the road for the Cromwell to get away. And it seems they might just be able to do so, because the Tiger's new gunner yet again misses his shot. However, before they could pull that repetitive trick off, the Tiger lands the second hit and takes the tank down. Cromwell, in the meantime, continues to drive away, but before they can complete the turn, they smash into the side of a building, immobilizing the medium tank. They hoped the Tiger would pass them, and they would get to see another day, but Michael's eagle eyes spot the Cromwell immediately. And after a slow turn of the cannon, the Cromwell gets shot into the building. Luckily, a Tiger cannon turns so slow that the crew managed to make it out alive. It's at this point that more and more tanks start to arrive. Even though they aren't fireflies, even a shot from a Cromwell could take the Tiger down from the right angle. So Wittmann orders the driver to drive the Tiger back to the squad. The Tiger turns around and drives back the way it came from. At the same time, the Cromwell that was hiding before decides now is the time, and full speed rushes towards the Tiger to shoot it in its weaker back. But to their horrors, they find the Tiger driving straight towards them, and they are forced to shoot straight at its front. Each shell bounces off as the Brits shoot shell after shell to the German monster, but they are safe and strong enough. Moving past the cannon, the 11th tank goes up in flames. Back at the destroyed half-tracks, 2 out of the 100 hiding Brits decided that maybe instead of hiding, they they should do something. So they run towards the 6 pounders and find that one of them still works. With the tiger yet again approaching them, they take their opportunity to set up the perfect shot. Sure, the gun can't pierce its armor. At least they can immobilize it. They line up their shot, pull the trigger, and slam a massive round between the gills of the tiger, immobilizing it on the spot. Wittmann, knowing he's now a fish in a barrel, orders Heidi to shoot wildly towards the 6 pound, while everyone else should get out of the tank and retreat back towards the old tigers. At 9:15, the crew abandons the Black Bear tiger, and each of them dashes safely away from the enemy. And the Germans didn't lose a single tank that month. Michael was awarded an upgrade to his Iron Cross. Literally everyone in Nazi Germany knew this story. Michael even did a podcast explaining the events that happened to the German people at home. This heroic act didn't stop the Allies from advancing, though, and Willis-Bogange and Kahn fell shortly in the opening weeks. Loss after loss made the Nazis desperate. They needed to stop the advance of the Allies, or there would be no guys to protect anyone. So a fellow SS Housley flew them, ordered his platoon to retake a critical hill before the Allies could reinforce it. Wittmann, finding him incompetent, decided to take the charge himself to avoid unnecessary casualties. Himself, 7 other Tigers, infantry groups, and additional medium tanks approached the hill at rapid speed. If they could just recapture the hill, they could give the Allies stuck in Normandy, and maybe even drive them out of the European continent in its entirety. But then, es ist ein Hinterhalt. That's interesting. They needed shots. Michael and his crew had instantly the engulfing fires, and the entire German force was wiped out. Even worse for the Axis forces, the Allies of Normandy broke out of their enclosure and started marching towards Belgium. Who in their right mind would have tipped the Allies off about the counterattack of the Germans? Oh, better take it off for now. Wittmann was buried later in an unmarked grave in the countryside, only being recognized by his wife 20 years later due to the slight misalignment of his team. He had a good run. She had told this entire story in light of Wittmann Nazi propaganda. However, think about this, my cheerful friend. If Michael Wittmann was Michael Whiteman, would anyone still dare to call this story blown out of proportions? As a matter of fact, why does nobody call Leo's story stupid propaganda? I didn't see anyone here wonder if that all really happened. Just think about how it is really convenient that Wilfred Arsenal felt sick the moment Leo went to capture 100 armed soldiers on his own, meaning no one can contradict Leo about what truly happened. If you take a look at the sources of Leo's story, we ultimately trace it back to the Allied Army and some underpaid journalists at the New York Times. The Army and the news agency, those two never lied about anything ever before. How convenient is it that no one was with Leo when he captured the city of Smolensk? Did one man really capture a city on his own? Oh, he did? Then why are there no records from the local police talking about what happened that night? Every other minor incident was written about in an instant. This one? Nada. What are your sources here? The man's local yokel Henry was too afraid to even open the curtains to see what's happening outside. You know what? Since we're going down this rabbit hole anyway, how convenient that Wilfred, yet again, the only other person that could contradict Leo's story, died the night Spola was captured by accidentally giving away his position. If you ask me, Leo was sick of Wilfred skyrocketing through the ranks, while he himself was stuck as a private. With Wilfred alive, Leo could never step out of his shadow. And that night, when no one was looking, who am I to say what's right or wrong? History is written by the victors after all. If Michael was on the Allied side, we would never be hearing the end of his amazing skills as a technical. No, because he was a Nazi. He was barely a lucky guy in an over-engineered monster at the time. He and his crew were just lucky, and Michael was safely in Netherlands promoted by the Nazi propaganda machine. Is that what you want to believe, huh? You little Anyway, let's move on to the next. Wait, this is what Oliver made? This sucks. Okay, whatever. Polish guy. We are. It's again, I guess. Okay. Yes. Yes, yes.
We're just gonna call for my accountants. Congrats. We are going bankrupt if I make the next parts as long as the first two. If only there was a way for us to increase our budget. I just got an idea. Play still, this will only hurt very badly for a moment. If you don't agree, you can just say no, but seeing as you never told. Look at all that money we just made. I'm pocketing this money, by the way. Budget will still run out. There's even a timer that's up right corner now. I was convinced you to stand up for yourself, but seeing that's now out of the question, just try to roll along. In 1940, Witold Pilecki was an officer in the Polish underground resistance. When the Nazis set up Auschwitz as part of their campaign of mass murder, Pilecki volunteered to go undercover to find out what's happening in those heavily guarded camps. That's right, he snuck his way into a concentration camp. Let that sink in for a moment. Most people would give everything to escape a place like this, but Pilecki voluntarily went in, armed with nothing but his guns and a mission. He took his iconic mugshots and was taken inside. He needed to see what was happening here, gather evidence, and organize a resistance from within. It was the only way at the time. He thought he could liberate and stop the horrors of the death camp. Life in Auschwitz was hell on earth. Starvation, forced labor, disease, and public executions were daily occurrences. But Pilecki wasn't here to survive Auschwitz. He was here to plot from the very beginning. Once inside, he wasted no time building what would become an underground resistance movement. He called it ZOW, which is a Polish abbreviation for Union of Military Organization. Sounds fancy, but in reality, it was just a group of brave men and women determined to fight back against impossible odds. This wasn't just a bunch of angry prisoners with sticks them. Pilecki's ZOW was a well-organized network. Ranks, roles, and a chain of command. Members coordinated across different parts of the camp, from the kitchens to the workshops, sharing information and resources. Their ultimate goal to sabotage the Nazis and prepare for an uprising. Sabotage was risky, but it was one of the most effective ways for ZOW to strike back. The camp forced prisoners to work in factories and workshops, churning out supplies for the German war effort. But thanks to the resistance, much of that work ended up being, well, it's not perfect. Nuts and bolts on manufactured machinery was intentionally left loose, causing them to mysteriously break down. The kitchen staff prisoners were forced to cook for the SS officers, got creative, using spoiled and contaminated foods to make them sick. And whatever the Nazis brought into the camp, food, medicine, tools, the resistance tried to steal it. Smuggling networks ensured that the stolen supplies made their way to the sick prisoners and starving inmates, or even resistance outside of the camp. They didn't manage to steal tons of bread, but even a small Esperon bit would be a significant victory for the inmates. And then there was the information war. Pilecki and his network smuggled out detailed reports about Auschwitz, how many people were being murdered, how the gas chambers worked, and even the locations of key Nazi operations. Those reports eventually made it to the Allies, giving the world its first detailed accounts of what was really happening here. And you couldn't believe what the Allies did with that information. Oh yeah, no, you look absolutely beautiful today. During Pilecki's stay in Auschwitz, he wasn't there just to ease the lives of the prisoners. He was mainly preparing for the uprising. The idea was to unite as many prisoners as possible. Poles, Jews, Soviet prisoners of war, and together overwhelm the guards. The plan was ambitious. Seize weapons from the armory, destroy key infrastructure, and signal the Polish resistance to attack from the outside. For 3 years, the ZOW monitored every movement of the guards, made makeshift weapons and bombs from chemicals, and sent out detailed plans for the outside resistance what to attack and when. Fortunately, those pleas, and the whole plan for that matter, fell on deaf ears. So why didn't this epic prison breakout ever happen? 2 reasons: timing and fear. By 1943, the Nazis were wrapping up their extermination efforts. They began transferring many Polish political prisoners, key members of ZOW, to other camps or outright executing them. Pilecki realized that his resistance network was being dismantled faster than he could rebuild it. And then there was the current reality. Even if they succeeded in taking over the camp, where would they go? Auschwitz was surrounded by SS reinforcements. It's kilometers of hostile territory. Any uprising would likely end in a massacre.
Walensky concluded that the only way to truly help was to escape and personally deliver his findings. So, in late 1943, he and two other prisoners made a daring escape. Using smuggled tools, they cut through a fence, evaded patrols, and ran for their lives across kilometers of hostile territory. And somehow made it. Walensky's reports detailed the atrocities of Auschwitz in chilling detail. He begged the Allies to bomb the camps, destroy the railways, do anything to stop the murder machine. The world had other priorities, winning the war, for example, and the Holocaust continued. Witold wasn't done fighting though. He kept resisting the Nazis until the war ended. And then the Soviets came. And let's just say they weren't big fans of Polish patriots like Walensky. 1948, Witold Walensky was arrested, tortured, and executed by Stalin's regime on charges of espionage. The man who had infiltrated Auschwitz and lived to tell the tale was silenced by yet another dictatorship. And silenced he was. It was not till after the Cold War politics that the stories of Witold were brought to daylight. And now, though not much known outside of Poland as other World War II badasses, he is remembered as a hero. Moving on to Mr. Churchill. Okay, so I was wondering, if we made a historically game, and this was like kind of the UI, and we get to choose where you want to go or something, would you want to play it? Like, if you do, let me know in the comments and make a name. That was almost a record time. Maybe we'll beat the clock at the space. Remember that part of the British going home after trying to help France? Well, one of those Brits was Jack Churchill. A soldier that literally every history nerd is a fan of because he was a bit mad, leading a charge onto the beaches with a sword in hand instead of a gun, enthusiastically playing the bagpipes during the darkest moments of battle. Or how about using and killing a German during the events of Dunkirk with a longbow, causing the only confirmed archery kill in the whole Second World War? Yeah, that's insane, right? Let me tell you something else, my disabled friend. There is not much more to say aside from that. He didn't kill anyone with the sword, though just like surely Leo captured 100 soldiers on his own, there are claims going around Jack captured 40 of them with just the sword. If that is just propaganda, is up to you to decide. Jack went around the war, didn't achieve anything too interesting. Aside from being spared from being slaughtered like the rest of his company, because the Germans thought he was a relative of Winston Churchill, which by the way, he wasn't. He escaped the prison camp and went back to war. Twice. Oh, and I have to mention this, or all the people on YouTube will whine that I didn't say it. Jack loved war so much that even after the war, he famously said that he, quite frankly, enjoyed the war. Gosh, you silly mad Jack. So this is the 5th time you've been here. Doesn't it bore you yet? Like, isn't it super repetitive and just wasting your precious time? Let's go outside of Europe for once. Here we go. Okay. I might have been too hard on Jack. And trust me, that's not just because he's British. It's also because the other stories just have a bit more meat on the bone. Jack is just face value fun, while the others are a bit more. Like, seriously, watch this. The joke is that you couldn't see what I just did. Look at this conveniently placed cinema in the middle of nowhere. Can you believe it was really here all this time and this is historically accurate? Too funny. Anyway, take, or in your case, keep a seat, and witness the start of this bear soldier. The majestic beast, the unstoppable war machine, the fearsome predator that would ravage entire German battalions with a single swipe of its... who am I kidding? Look at that face! This is Wojtek, the Syrian brown bear who joined the Polish army. Yes, a literal bear, not just some code name for a big hairy guy named Bloody Schlub. Hey, Wojtek is our 5th hero, or anti-hero. I don't know, he's a bear, so labeling might be complicated. Our furry friend story begins in 1942. A group of Polish soldiers, who, by the way, had fought their way out of Poland after Germany and the Soviet Union took turns stomping on it, ended up roaming around the Middle East, building up the Polish Second Corps. Legend says they found an orphanage cove near the mountains of Iran, or was it Syria? Different sources, so pick whatever you want. The important part is, these tough-as-nails soldiers took pity on him, said, let's adopt him. Because when you're in the middle of a global conflict, apparently the best stress relief is a baby bear. They named him Wojtek, fed him condensed milk from an old vodka bottle, gave him fruit, honey, and occasionally beer and cigarettes. Let me repeat that. They gave a baby bear beer and cigarettes. Ask me how that affects a bear's health. This was the 1940s. Half the time, soldiers had to get creative just to keep morale up. So yeah, Wojtek grew up thinking he was a mix of a soldier and a circus entertainer. He would wrestle with the men, steal their hats, and occasionally nip at them for more treats. Now, having a bear in your ranks isn't always straightforward. When the Polish corps with orders to head to Italy, they faced a tiny bureaucratic problem. Animals aren't allowed on British transport ships. So, how do you bypass that? Easy. Enlist the bear as a private. Wojtek got his very own paper, rank, and serial number. Boom, problem solved. The Allied commander looked the other way. Probably because no one wanted to be the one to tell a bunch of battle-hardened Poles they couldn't bring their bear buddy. And this is how Private Wojtek ended up at the Battle of Monte Cassino in Italy. A brutal, months-long grind that saw thousands of casualties. But you know who wasn't a casualty? Our big furry friend. In fact, Wojtek became a part of the battle and helped carry artillery shells. Picture this. You are an overworked soldier carrying 25-pound shells up a rocky hillside. Then you see this bear next to you, standing upright, pulling a couple shells as if it's his brand new plushie. Now that is a morale boost. Who needs machinery when you have a 200-pound fluff monster with unstoppable stamina? By the end of Monte Cassino, Wojtek was practically the 22nd Artillery Supply Company's mascot. Their official emblem even became a bear carrying an artillery shell. That is how iconic he was. But it wasn't just about the fighter. During downtime, Wojtek entertained the troops. Wrestling matches of him became the highlight of an otherwise grim war. Rumor has it some new recruits would brag they could win a bear, only to regret their life choices as soon as Wojtek gently, or not so gently, put them in a fuzzy headlock. When the war finally ended, the Polish soldiers were all uprooted again. Poland was liberated by the Soviets, who didn't exactly roll out the welcome mat for returning Polish troops. With no home to go back to, they ended up in Britain. And so did Wojtek, living out his post-war days at the Winfield Airfield Camp in Scotland. He became a local celebrity. Everyone wanted to see the Polish bear who fought the Nazis. The Scots poured out to meet him. He occasionally roamed the grounds, greeted guests, and wrestled with a few unsuspecting Scotsmen who said, "I'll take you on, bear." Probably didn't end well for them. Eventually, the Polish troops were demobilized, and with no proper place for a grown bear to live, Wojtek was transferred to the Edinburgh Zoo. Old war buddies would come visit, calling out his name in Polish. Wojtek would apparently perk up, seeking the closeness he once had on the battlefield. That's sweet and heartbreaking in equal measure, huh? Wojtek died in 1963, well cared for, but never quite as free as he was among his soldier friends. The bear and its owner were immortalized in Poland and Scotland. Honoring the bear, he became a soldier. And hey, look, one of my patrons even visited the place. Okay, clock's ticking, and we've got one last story to tell. Now, what could possibly be crazier than a bear soldier? Well, the last one is almost conspiracy level of crazy. Time for Otto! Okay, yada yada yada, click button, load screen, very cool. We know what? Skip all of this. Now, buckle up, because we are entering the realm of James Bond level shenanigans. Meet Otto Skorzeny, Austria's most daring and most dangerous commando. A man so audacious, even Hitler was impressed. Standing at a massive 1.9 meters tall, he was as scary as a person can be. But the cherry on top was the massive scar on his face he rocked ever since he had a fencing accident. It earned him the nickname Scarface. And to let me tell you, our Scarface was more of a man than Tony Montana would have ever been. Let's get straight to the point. If James Bond were a Nazi, he would be Otto Skorzeny. Yes, I know that's a weird analogy, but here we are, even the worst, strangest missions. Skorzeny is the mastermind behind operations so wild that even Hollywood directors shake their heads in disbelief. Remember that one time that Benito Mussolini was dethroned by his own people, arrested, and carted off to a fancy mountaintop hotel in the Abruzzo region of Italy? No? Well, that is exactly what happened in 1943. The new Italian government wanted to keep Hilldus as far away from Hitler as possible. But Adolf, Yeah, he had other plans. Enter Otto Scorsese. The plan. Land by glider on a tiny plateau near the hotel. Snatch Mussolini and fly off before the Italian guards could say, yeah. Scorsese found out exactly where Mussolini was being held. Some say thanks to intelligence. Others say because Scorsese basically strong-armed everyone who might know anything. By the way, on September 12th, 1943, a group of German commandos soared towards the hotel in literal silent gliders. No engine, though, just gravity and pure nerves. They crashed onto the mountaintop, miraculously not falling off the cliff, and sprinted to the hotel. No shots fired. All silent takedowns. Otto personally burst into Mussolini's room like some covert ops Santa Claus. Signor Dukes, time to go. The Italians surrendered without a fight, partly because Scorsese shouted something about the entire German army being outside. A classic bluff that worked shockingly well. Then, adding to the cinematic flair, they crammed Mussolini into a tiny plane that looked like they belonged in a crop dusting competition. Somehow, it took off from that precarious mountaintop. Mussolini was free and flown straight to Hitler. Mission accomplished, if you are into that kind of thing. Suddenly, Hitler paraded Otto around like the best show dog in the kennel. Look at my special commando man, or so the story goes. Scorsese was put in charge of more impossible missions. From sabotage behind enemy lines to infiltration attempts that borderline on spy fiction. I know the time is running short, but I can't not name them. Ever heard of Operation Long Jump? Allegedly, it was supposed to be this big showstopper, where Nazi commandos, led by Scorsese, or so the rumor went, would parachute into Tehran in 1943 and assassinate the Big Three, aka Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt, in one fell swoop. Think about that for a second. Three of the most heavily guarded guys on Earth, all meeting in the same city. If pulling Mussolini from a mountain resort was an insane act, then this is borderline unimaginable. But guess what? The Soviets insisted they got wind of the plot and snuffed it out before it was even set in motion. Stalin's secret police practically did cartwheels, claiming they brilliantly foiled this entire scheme. Scorsese himself, he wrote it off as a total fairy tale. He said the operation never existed, that it was all Soviet propaganda. Conspiracy or not, it's the kind of rumor that cements your status as the Nazis' go-to secret agent man. Then there was Operation Night Sleep, or Rusovspoon, the big plan to capture Yugoslav partisan leader Josip Broz Tito in 1944. Imagine dropping into rugged Balkan mountains, hoping to nab Tito and single-handedly collapse the partisan resistance. It almost worked. Scorsese's unit soared in on gliders, stormed Tito's hideout, but ended up only capturing his coat and his cigar box. Tito slipped away at the last second. Close call, but no trophy. Had they entered the hideout a minute earlier, the capturing or neutralizing of the Yugoslavian leader would have heavily hindered the Allied advance in the Balkan region. And then there was Operation Panzerfaust. Don't let the name fool you into picturing someone just picking up a bazooka and throwing to town. Nah, Scorsese's style was way more cloak and dagger. Hungary was trying to back out, but didn't let that happen. So Scorsese orchestrated the kidnapping of the son of the regent of Hungary, just to twist the old man's arm into sticking with the Nazis. The plan worked so well that the regent had to resign and got replaced by Hitler's puppet. Hungary got dragged right back into the Axis mess. Tactically brilliant. Morally, definitely in the war crime hall. But wait, there's one more. Operation Griffin was Scorsese's most devilish plan yet. During the Battle of the Bulge, he dressed as German soldiers in captured American uniforms, driving around in captured jeeps, spreading false orders, flipping road signs, and creating utter chaos among the Allied lines. It led to such paranoia that the Americans started quizzing each other on baseball scores and last year's World Series, shooting anyone who seemed suspicious. Scorsese's disguised troopers caused panic far beyond their actual numbers. That's yet again psychological warfare for you. It's also another chink of Scorsese's records that had Allied courts labeling him as a war criminal. So with that highlight reel, you can see how Otto became the Allies' prime suspect for about a bajillion war crimes. The band was knee-deep in kidnapping, sabotage, infiltration, forced regicides. Okay, that's not a real term, but you get the picture. As 1945 rolls in, The Nazis' House of Cards came crashing down. Germany surrendered, Hitler ate a bullet. The Allies started rounding up every SS bigwig they could find. And Scarface was at the top of that list. At first, it looked like he was about to face some serious rope time. After all, the Nuremberg tribunals were unforgiving. However, Skorsky got acquitted. Charges dropped more often than not. The Allies brought him to trial for fighting in American uniform during the Ardennes offensive. Then, for some random reason, a British officer testified that the Brits had used German uniforms for infiltration before. What a lucky coincidence. Lotte walked away free from that charge. He was still in a denazification camp, though, facing all the other charges with the risks of new evidence popping up. But guess what happened? Rumor says ex-SS comrades in American uniforms strolled in, claiming they were transferring in. Then pulled straight out of them. Oof, gone. By the time the Allies realized, so it was sunbathing in some safe house outside of Germany. After that, where do you go when you're a famous Nazi commando on the run? Spain, of course, ruled by Franco, who was sympathetic enough to let an ex-SS officer lounge about in relative comfort. Skorzeny popped up in Madrid, living like a successful retiree, forging business connections and dealing weapons on the side. Look, the man had connections. In the post-war tango of ex-Nazis, Franco is Spain, South American. You could see it's a maybe back. So Maine. He lives in an extremely luxurious land in Spain. Just don't ask him if he can take a picture of it. This is the part where it gets weirder though. In 1952, when Egypt was taken over by a military coup, the same Skorzeny, who had specialized in infiltration and sabotage, was now teaching the new Egyptian army military tactics. The order of the CIA. Yes, you hear that right. Scarface became an indirect CIA operator. Flew in the worst of the worst SS officers that escaped judgment after World War II to train the Egyptians. Because that is exactly what the Middle East needed. An injection of SS expertise. And if your brain can't handle more weirdness, get this. There are documents indicating that Israel's Mossad used Skorzeny to help them assassinate a former Nazi rocket scientist working for Egypt. Wait, what? The ex-SS commando working with Israeli intelligence? Exactly. The real story is under a dangerous level of hush-hush, but the short version is that Mossad needed a man inside certain close circles. Skorzeny wanted certain guarantees, and the rest is hush-lore. He apparently gathered information on each Arab country that was against Israel, and documented in great detail how they would retaliate against this new state. You would think this is some bizarre fan fiction, but the fascist Scarface ended up becoming a CIA Mossad agent. You would expect a guy like Otto Skorzeny to go out in a blaze of gunfire, or maybe crashing glider into a mountain. But no. In 1975, he died of lung cancer in Madrid, living out his final days rather comfortably. Next time someone tells you that karma is an unfriendly woman, tell them the story of the massive scar-faced Austrian. That will shut them up. Okay, this budget joke is not funny anymore. Also, the fools at YouTube are probably polishing their demonetization hammer right now. Nazis are bad. We do not glorify Nazification. Both are too very bad. We simply recall history according to sources. But congrats, you made it all the way through 6 stories. That deserves a special reward just for you. Because I know just the thing. Let's go anywhere. I'll be right back with your big surprise. You'll love it. Wow, you really stayed. I was sure you would have left by now. Are you saying you kind of like what we did? Oh, that means so much to me. Thank you. And here you go, man. You're surprised. It's just a pistachio float chocolate cookie. Made it myself. Hope you like it. If you don't like pistachio, I can get you something else instead. He stared. And just when I started to get a liking to you, how cruel you are. Well, I guess the show's over. No loss. You really disappoint me here. Really did hope we would share a moment. You, me, a little piece of sweet pistachio bliss. But I suppose I'll just have to take this cookie out to myself. Delectable. Shame you'll never taste it. I do have some good news for you, though. You will be lonely down here. So, go on. Keep my old friends warm. I'm sure the two of you have plenty to talk about. Oh, I never believed it before. Seeing myself, there's no other way. Where did this go wrong, Oliver?
Should I shit on his face? Donate 5 subs, and I'll shit on his face right now. Am I interrupting your sleep time?
Nah.
My grandfather says hello.
How? How?
Over the phone.
He just says hello.
He said if you go in the shed, tell Griffin I said hello. I'm in the shed. I'm telling you he said hello.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yep. Oh dude, I saw like a piece of the mural. I don't think you saw what I commented because I was on one of my other accounts.
Oh boy, what you do?
I think I was on Bruh Unsuited.
Oh yeah. Oh really? You coming on that? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir. Oh fuck you.
Yeah, how's it going? Good progress?
Oh yeah.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Bueno. Buenísima. You gonna get finished in time?
Yeah.
What if you had to get it finished before time?
0.
How much longer do you have?
Fucking 4 days? Less than 4 days?
What day?
Did I say? Probably not. I'm probably not gonna finish the time, to be honest. But like, I don't think that they're gonna be ready in time. You know, I think that it's gonna take like, because they're under construction. So
We should still like
Oh.
at least have it all down.
yeah,
And then like if they're still not open, you can do like your super extra like finger painting.
retarded shit.
Yeah.
That's kind of the goal.
Fair enough. It's respectable.
Um,
Oh, dude.
what?
Learned all about
fucking like contracts and shit in my business law class.
Holy shit.
So I can tell you everything you need to tell them to make it legally enforceable.
But I have to say, like, I can verbally do it.
It is verbally enforceable to a point, but it's significantly easier
Yeah.
in writing.
Yeah.
But literally, it just has to be like what you're gonna do,
Yeah.
like what they're gonna pay you, when they're gonna pay you, and that you both approve of it. It's basically like all you need.
Well, there you go.
But like, especially on the big amounts of money, it needs to be clear what the payment terms are. Not just how much, but like when.
Oh. Like a
You
date.
know? Yeah, like either like this is installable in multiple payments at these due dates, or a lump sum is due within a week of completion.
Okay.
But it is important to specify that.
Very interesting.
Put that out there. Worst case, they're gonna make some other painter pick the price for both parties. Is probably how they would do it.
How they would do it?
Mhm.
Well,
Like if there was an enforceable contract, or you would get fucked. It
they,
would go one of those two ways.
they just wouldn't do it.
Mhm.
I don't know. I think they'll try to keep me happy, but they could fuck me. They do have the capabilities of fuck me.
Mhm.
Like, right now I'm just a naked, oiled up baby on the bed.
But yeah,
But
going forward, think about that.
yeah, no, that is something I really have thought about. They definitely could fuck me.
Like,
Because like this, I think
trigger deals other than the trailer just kind of been like a handshake deal. I just feel like
Yeah.
I'll give you this much if you paint that.
yeah,
I mean, technically, those are still offers, and you could sue them and try it, but it's a lot more foolproof. It's in writing, but that's what you want your LLC around for.
well, instead of a
Have to be, but it'll get a lot easier.
instead of an LLC, I think I'm rocking with a assumed name.
What do you mean?
Like that, I don't know. Like that's like what that's what fucking Mr. Grubs said out there off YouTube. Like there's an LLC, and there's an assumed name which you still use for like tax write-offs and checks and shit, and it's free.
That better ask ChatGPT about it. It's almost April.
Yeah, no,
Scary season.
Gary season.
Is the IRS gonna come after me? I don't know.
Hell no, man.
Have fun.
Yep.
Have a good time painting.
Thanks for waking me up.
Mm-hmm.
Life, actually. Oh, fuck. Ah.